to start summarizing what happened last stream. We started off with Sonic approaching on Eggman's new big space armada and tearing stuff up with an encounter against the Egg Dragoon, which, after going super, Sonic wrecks its house and Eggman tries to escape to a big orbital tower where he tries to plead for forgiveness and uses that as a trap to capture Super Sonic, steal the power of the emeralds from him, and blast a laser into the Earth so that it shatters into several pieces and releases the entity known as Dark Gaia. Sonic turns into a werewolf because of this, and Eggman sends him back down to the planet, where he thinks he lands on a little guy who we start calling Chip, but he has no memories. And from there, they decide to... Oh, perfect timing. Try to look for his memories and get a hold of Eggman, because the Chaos Emeralds have been drained of their energy and they're currently useless. After they encounter Tails, he flies them over to a different piece of the planet where they can meet Professor Pickle, who got kidnapped by Eggman. They go to Missouri, not Missouri, the state in America, Missouri, a region based off of Africa, to rescue Professor Pickle from Eggman's facility. He's one of the professors from Spagonia University who is studying the Gaia manuscripts, which is what Eggman stole from him to figure out how to release Dark Gaia. So they figure out that they have to go to several temples throughout the world. They have to go to several temples throughout the world to revive the Chaos Emeralds, which will in turn heal the planet and cause it to reform back to its core instead of floating out into space due to the pressure of Dark Gaia. And we have been to Patos, which is the beachish area. It's like Mediterranean. Spagonia, which is just Europe incarnate, but mostly Italy. Missouri, which is based off of several cultures of Africa. And now we're in Chunnan, which is based on Chinese elements. And where we left off, I don't know if this is going to give us a cutscene beforehand. Yeah. Here we are. Sonic is in his Twilight Princess arc. It was that era where having a wolf form was cool. Oh, I forgot to get Sonic and Tails put on the sides of the TVs. We did beat this boss last time, but there is so much story and cutscene after this, I can't just, like, skip it, so I'm going to do it again. I've had very few freezes when preparing for this stream, so hopefully... No, okay. One of the things I said last time is, when I'm running around like this, I like to go puppy, 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 and that's the same thing I do when playing as Amaterasu. Yeah, like, the cutscenes that happen after this really mark, like, you're going into the back half of the game. So it would have been a fantastic place to leave last stream off of. If it didn't freeze. But I've had very few freezes since then. So I'm going to hope that's the case. I missed. It's a good throw, though. So as we can see, to recap his state, the effects of Dark Gaia have left Sonic no longer a speed type, but a power type. He plays a lot like one would imagine Chaos to, and complete with stretchy limbs, even though he's not made of liquid. And there's plenty of quick time events. This is a good boss, so like I'm glad to play it again. There's one of the worst bosses in the game is probably, it's gonna come up in 2 bosses. So like I'd much rather play this one again to prepare myself. Oh, ooh, hit me with a swerve. I've never seen that before. Oh, I've never seen that before too. Yo. Well. Thought he had me. Okay. I'm gonna have to just hope that this bitch can wait for a second because we need that. We cannot sleep on any of the metals. In fact, that's good. I missed one, so get it. We need a total of 120 of each metals to get to the last 2 stages. Oh, what? Oh. Be the last hit. It's a Phoenix, so of course it's been reviving after each defeat.
Strike 3, monster! That's enough out of you!
Okay, Sonic. So we have a lot of XP here because I fed Sonic 99 chili dogs. I didn't want to pump it into strength yet, but that's what I'm pumping it into now. We didn't need it for that boss. Okay. Now we probably should be good on strength for the rest of the game. Get that combat up. And, we'll save that. Okay, it's time for Cutscene City.
Yes, thank you.
We had to save the elder of this Chunnan village. I don't know if Chunnan's the village or the country. Turns out their lucky charm that has been passed down for ages was the key to the Gaia Temple in this region. Chip doesn't know why, but the temples respond to him. I think this is our second Chaos Emerald. Which is saying something. And that's how we restore the planetary pieces. Where did he grab onto?
The moment the temple lit up, the beast woke up. It appears he's come back to his senses.
I see. I'll bet your job is to guard the Chaos Emerald Temple. You must have gone berserk when the emeralds lost their power. Well, I'm glad you're back. Want some chocolate?
Offering accepted. I'm realizing that, like, this cutscene that I decided not to skip very much just, like, summarizes everything that's going on. It contextualizes and characterizes. Not really summarizes. It's a much brighter day. Let's see. I don't think there's anything I can do to cover up that window.
Your dinner, Doctor. Thank you. What's the progress on the Dark Gaia-powered Eggman Land construction systems?
Current status is 27% complete. Progress is significantly behind projected timetable. Presumed cause of delay is Dark Gaia dispersion across the globe.
Oh, all the lazy! Here I go to the trouble of waking that Dark Gaia thing up, and it causes me nothing but delays.
Dark Gaia had yet to reach maturity within the planet's core. Ergo, it was still incomplete at the time of its awakening. Ergo, it was unable to sustain its own weight upon its release. Ergo, it scattered around the world.
I don't want to hear about its weight issues. So what if I gave it a bit of a sudden awakening? This is unacceptable.
Ergo, this is the repercussion of your hasty actions.
What was that? I'm having a bad enough day as it is. First that professor runs off with the Gaia manuscripts, and now the planet's coming back together.
That, Doctor, is the result of the power of the Chaos Emeralds, which you discarded along with Sonic. Ergo, another repercussion of your hasty actions.
Quiet, you junkie. That was all part of my plan. Part of the big picture. Where's the fun in having my plans succeed without any challenge? Anyway, what's the status of the remaining temples of Gaia?
Eggman forces have currently secured all locations. Defensive preparations are nearly complete.
That'll take care of Sonic for now, which leaves the problem of Dark Gaia. It'd be difficult to collect every piece scattered all across the world.
Searching conventional wisdom banks for topical advice. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Slow and steady pace. Nobody likes a whiner.
Isn't there a more efficient way? Some way to plans will be realized.
So Eggman's got an idea. And here's Brenda again. Name's Brenda, professional beauty and ace freelance writer. It's not hard to see that something major happened to the planet, but I've been investigating since it started and I can't find the cause. As a journalist, it's my duty to uncover the hard truth. There's got to be someone who knows something about it. Well. Alright, spill it. You know something. It's true. It's written all over your face. Come on, dish. Tell me everything. My job requires me to make the truth known while looking pretty. You've got to help with my investigation. Yes, okay. Let's get to it. Who's behind the Dr. Milkman? Yes. Who's behind the planet getting broken? Great. What's the name of the guardian of the temple deep in Changnan? Dark Eye Phoenix. And the name of the big scary thing that emerged from the planet's core? Dark Gaia. Shadow the Hedgehog. There's some good options in these sometimes. A massive flaming bird is the guardian. What are the gems of power to heal the planet called? The blue diamonds, of course. That should wrap up my investigation. Now I just need to send the story in and I'll be off to the next scoop. Maybe I'll see you again. You will. You see her after, like, every temple from here on out. So our village treasure was a key to the temple all along? I'm astounded. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome to return whenever you like. I got everybody's grandpa back. Whoa, you two are unbelievable. You saved the Elder and now you want to fix the planet? That's a pretty tall order, but isn't it kind of dangerous? Well, Danger is my middle name. I thought your middle name was The. So what I want to see is if we can just go right back here and do the day stage, or if we have to... So we pretty much have to go back to Spagonia every time we do something. So that, well, not Spagonia specifically. We have to talk to Professor Pickerel every time we do something. And it's like, come on. I know where the stages are. And what's been going on down in... Yeah, so Frederica and Raimundo are about to go on a trip. Zapatos. Dora's trying to be less shy. Otto wants David to help with that. Lily's worried. Things are happening with the NPCs, and I don't know if I'm going to actually, like, narrate too much of it, because I do want to see if I can get this done today. Wonderful, another piece is returned. Good work, Sonic, my boy. Keep going at this rate, and it'll happen in no time. I'd love to see the look on Eggman's face right about now. Speaking of that menace, it appears he's become quite active as of late. I've heard reports of strange robot sightings here and in Changnan. It gives me the chills just to think of it. See what you can find out. Well then, do you have any further questions? Nope. Okay. So I am like literally at the tail end of a cold, so I'm trying not to let that be an issue. Did not make preparing for this past week easy. Quite literally the worst cold I've had since I was a teenager. My master said I should do something about my shyness. That was holding me back, but hey, I'm shy, so don't ask me to reel it anymore. There's literally like 3 love stories blooming here right now. Yeah, it was a sore throat I had specifically too, which turned into a brutal fever, and then the faucet nose stopped. This is getting a little too gross. I've just been stuffy ever since the fever broke, basically. Okay. So we have 2 things to do in Spagonia, but if we do one now, we won't be able to do it until we finish something in Chunnan, so we're gonna go here first, for efficiency's sake. Oh, it's you! Marvelous timing! You see, there's, well, I hate to say it, but we've got a problem. Would you mind terribly saving the village yet again? Outside our village is a rather odd horde of mechanical monstrosities. They certainly don't seem friendly. The whole village is terrified. If you could even so much as take a look for us, I would be much obliged. We've got Yawa and Elder Gleck here. This is probably important. Shh, be quiet. I snuck off to follow my grandpa here. My grandpa just up and quit being village elder. What is he thinking? I'm sure he must have a good reason for it. A secret reason. He's old and wants to see the world, kid. Just like these two. It's Eric and, Olga. The plan's coming back together, so here we are. Would you get a load of that waterfall? Ho, ho, ho. Oh, Anastasia's her name. And she still doesn't have her dentures. She's thrilled beyond words. They do. It's great. It's cartoony and beautiful. So much more personality than the anime stuff that they tried with everything between Sonic Adventure and 06. I also, the way I got all those chili dogs was I grinded for rings over here. I got 30,000 rings. So we should be good on rings too. Alright. Time for a good stage. I think Dragon Road and Rooftop Run are my 2 favorite in the game, actually. Worth it. Sonic's having a good time, at least. Look at all these medals. One of the things I was trying to do for this stream was actually to switch to... As soon as I start talking, I mess up. That's fun. I was trying to trying to switch to emulation, because apparently Xbox 360 emulation has gotten really good in the past few months, like literally very recently. I did beat the Phoenix again, and I did that for the sake of the cutscenes. Oh. So that we had those nice and recorded. So now I'm too amused. Like, I did the first half of this stage, like, near perfectly, and then that happened. But yeah, like, the library of compatible games for Xbox 360 was extremely low when I checked. It's still extremely low. It's about 18%. But, there was a lot of progress for Sonic Unleashed. When I first checked, it was that it would freeze upon the starting screen and crash. Now, there's like an experimental emulator that, Jesus. That is designed actually for more compatibility with, like, this game and some others. And there's, like, some options you can turn off. So I was actually able to, like, play a chunk of this to try and prepare, but it is extremely unstable still. To the point where I think the people have only really got it to work if you're gonna just play through the day stages. I couldn't even, like, do anything in Spagonia that we did last time, because it just crashed if I tried to. Why? I'm supposed to be able to outrun it. So, we don't have computer recording. But the Xbox itself has been way more stable lately, so hopefully we'll have a minimum of restarting the console. One final stretch. I missed. That was gonna be such a good rank until I died like 7 times. Okay, we're almost at level 6 Sun and Moon levels, day and night, which is good. But again, we need 120 of each metal for level 7, which unlocks the last 2 stages. How can we ever repay you for everything you've done for us? You have my sincerest thanks. I'm fully in your debt. I'll grab some souvenirs real quick. I might need to give Professor Pickle some. There's no more souvenirs. Okay. Never mind. You get rewards for giving souvenirs to Professor Pickle, and sometimes they're Sun and Moon medals. So, I figured, I guess we have them all. What was that? Something hit my door, I think? Okay. Let's get another temple down. Ooh, if I had anything... I mean, like I said last time, sorry for the noises. Part of the point of this game is to be a little more like Sonic Frontier, and less like explaining plots and subplots and other games' plots in the meantime. We're just gonna play through the game. It's just I'm a little more rushed this time, I guess. How's Amy doing? Where to next, Sonic? Can I come with you? Come on. I just want to be with you. What are you... What are you looking... Are you even listening? She's much more angry in this one. Oh, come on in then. Introducing my guest star. How are we supposed to get in there? I think it goes a little something like this. I missed again. This is such a good stage. I say in this, like, the reason the following stages aren't, like, such a good stage as comparable is because they get really hard after this. But there's still, like, a lot of demand and skill for this, and some paths you can't even do the proper route yet because we don't have, like, the light speed dash. Nice. Didn't get stuck once. I may have crashed a little though. Missed an uproot there because I didn't have the light speed dash. This is the second worst mechanic in the game. This skydiving stuff, it is the worst. Okay, we're good. It's okay, I have 160 rings. We lose only so much. Nice. Wait. Yes. I missed. Oh, that was so lucky! Usually I get hit by a wall of red spiked barrels. It's completely random what comes at you, and usually it's brutal. That's another light speed dash route that makes you skip most of this part. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Oh! It is really fun. I mean, that's why they continue making games in this style afterwards. So we'll have a few like it. But I think, like, this game might be, of those, still my favorite design for the levels. And maybe that's partially because, like, they had to work in the whole concept of different cultures to, like, build stuff on. Oh. Oh, I missed that medal. I didn't even notice that last time. Okay. Still fine. Did I miss, like, a checkpoint? Why am I so far behind? Where I was. That's weird. There are still points where I attempt to press down as if I'm going to go into a roll, like in previous Sonic games. Like in 2D Sonic games, specifically. There we go. Now we got quick time events, jump off board things. This is our introduction to them. Those are always the same, though. Later we'll have ones that are random. I'll probably mess a few of those up. Oh. Anything here as a reward for going the wrong way? Alright, I'll take it. Might come back to this level. I missed a lot of moon medals. I know part of that's due to not having the light speed dash. There's our other half of the key. Oh, I was gonna switch it to Japanese for a little bit, just to get like a feel for that, huh? I wonder when's the best time to do that. We're about to do Cool Edge. Night after this. Might have some new info for us. Wow, we need to... we need to check in on this for this? I think he tells us we can access the boss here and that we can go to Cool Edge Night. The keys you've gathered should get you into the Spagonia Temple, my boy. Godspeed, Sonic. The temple awaits the Chaos Emerald. No, he doesn't even tell us that we have to go to Halaska again next. Okay, like, honestly, like, of all of the criticisms people have of this game, this might be my biggest one. There's not a lot of freedom to just go places. You have to check in with Professor Pickle constantly. And my other criticism is the tight walk segments. And the Dark Eye Amore. Egg Devil Ray. A little more of a fish, huh? This thing specializes in lasers. I think this one actually, I think this one actually does take more damage if you boost into it, so you want to homing dash the, I don't have to treat this like a bullet hell, I can jump. You homing dash the shield away, and then boost to finish. Oh, come on. Did I... There we go. So I did look up what the robots are called in this, and it's pretty basic. The little guys piloting this are the mini fighters, because the main ones are the egg fighters. Pretty standard. Upgrade from an egg pawn to an egg fighter. I'm going to assume after this, it's just not efficient without Dark Guy's power to keep making them. So he goes back to egg pawns, being powered by animals. But before going back to animal power, Eggman finds another power. A little bit of foreshadowing. It's pretty much the same idea as using animals, though. I want to up that life next. Sure, it really shows us those murals yet. So Missouri had the green emerald. Or I guess I could just say the emerald. Shalnan had Bixbite. Spagonia has Mashish. Get that green, red, and blue out of the way. That's roughly half the planet at this point, but we still have 4 pieces. One of the pieces is very small, because it's the final piece. Brenda! Name's Brenda, professional beauty and ace freelance report writer. Hey there, good to see you again. I've been investigating around here too. Still, it's tough. I'm just not getting the data I need. What's that look for? Your face just screams, I saw something. I've got a nose for this sort of thing. If you do know anything, I want you to tell me. It's my duty to bring the truth to all my readers all the world over. You've got to help me with my investigation. Okay. Let's see what goofy stuff has now. Closed Chaos Emerald restored at the Spagonia Temple. Blue. Great. What attack did Spagonia Temple Guardians specialize in? Lasers. Or tongue. How many Chaos Emeralds are in total? Depends what game you play. But it's 7. They don't even give a 6 option, which is funny. I hear the professor studying this incident has a favorite food. It is cucumber sandwiches. Where was it you met up with your friend Tails? You mean, like, the first time? Okay, there were no funny answers this time, like Dr. Milkman. Welcome back, Sonic. Another win? I knew it. That's my Sonic. Her laugh was very long in English. Should maybe not talk to Amy like every time, just for time's sake. I have a very important conversation with her later. Wonderful, another piece is returned. Good work, Sonic, my boy. Sonic, you must bring the Chaos Emerald to the Alaska Temple. You should have little problem getting there inside now, my boy. Okay. This is the level I'm going to be glad to have upped my strength so hard, because it's long. It's not necessarily that it's like really hard yet, it's just it's a long one. So speeding up the enemy fights is going to be helpful. And once we get to Skyscraper Scamper, that's the one where I'm going to need the strength for the sake of actually beating the enemies. We can get our sun level to 6 with this. Puppy, puppy, puppy. After this temple, it's less like... Well, there's like chunk segments of which day and night you do. So we'll be... This is the last of this segment before we move on to the last 3 cultural areas before we move on to the final stage. Oh no, it's still alive. Not for long. Oh, wrong button. Okay. Listen. Wait. Make sure there's nothing I'm forgetting. Hello, penguins. It's funny that penguins are in the north in this. I mean, that's... You know, that was something that came up the very first stream. In fact, Plant, I think you're the one who asked about it, about the penguins being so far north or something. when we were on West Side Island. Turns out, in this world, they're just from the north. That's all there is for ice places. I do want the XP though. We don't want to sleep on any of the XP. Probably could have used you. Whoop. When you leave the key by the door, but the lock is way away from the door. Thank you, Ice. Okay. I don't remember where, like, any of the medals are in this, so I don't know how many I have in my other file. Oh, I should... Did I realize I didn't have Sonic and Tails down here before that cutscene? Because a long cutscene's the perfect time for me to run and get them. Goodbye. I need these sound effects to stop. You... Unbelievable. Unbelievable that it would do that to me. Oh, come on. Use that over here, boy. I'm guessing like half... Bye, Sonic. I'm realizing half of the reason that this stage is so long is because there are so many wide, sweeping points where it's like, hey, look over here. instead of just letting you go there. Okay. The game's breaking on me in a way that it hasn't before. Please let me freely move my camera. Okay. At this point in the game, when there are tight walks like this where you can't just jump. Did I skip the spawn? Hell yeah. I skipped the enemy spawn. Yes, I know. Gimme. Crispy beverage. I wouldn't call milk a crispy beverage, which I mostly just have instead of water because I didn't have time to finish it with my lunch because I was running out of time for everything. Watermelon lime is a good combo though. Yeah, if your milk is crispy, you probably shouldn't be drinking it, though. PSA over here. It's the meals drink. Also, I finished the tangerine pineapple juice. Look at these penguins having little glowy parts on their houses. Why is the camera like this? I just want to see if there's anything down there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did I get a checkpoint? Because I might just jump in the water. Worth a shot. How far back can I go? Oh, goodness. The hubris. Can I just ignore them? Okay, I can't ignore them. Ooh. I guess I didn't fall very far. It just felt very far because of that everything. don't even know why I missed it the first time. Oh, it's the wrong way. Oh boy. My specialty when using a flamethrower is to throw the flamethrower. Alright, they're robots, they're immune to fire. I should have known. I've never tried to actually burn them before. This ice pillar looks really hard. I bet fire could melt it, though. When you are holding something, you press B to put it down, X to throw it, and depending on what enemy it is, Y will either swing it around and throw it real hard, or it will use an ability. I keep hitting X instead of Y. Oh boy. Puppy drifting. Sonic in the secret swing! I think I have to fight them. Oops. I need to stop doing that. What is going on here? Let me up. The fastest way to travel through air. Well, I could grab onto them. Or maybe not. Okay, sure. Please, don't make me fall. These things are so weird. No! No! Another encounter not skipped. Now featuring a wizard. Oh boy. Please? Christ. Okay, maybe we can skip the encounter now. I don't know. This level sure is ice. Honey, you need to stop. I don't know, it's this level specifically. I don't know what it is about, like, me trying to get close to the edge, and then it just, like, not letting me jump. This isn't something that happens in most other stages to me. It's this stage specifically. What was that? Yeah, I can die for as long as I want with lives, but the fun part about, like, ranking in this game is that it does not take that death away from your in-game time, and that's how it, like, devastates your stage rank. Because your time bonus gets destroyed. Like, the last... well, second to last... the last fully day stage, I did, like, in 10 minutes revisiting it, which is not good. Yes. Oh! That was two different types of yells. Okay. This is the final area. It's just a whole lot of fighting. The ones that shoot are called the egg shooters. Oh. Where are the rest of you? Oh, you can't be serious. Shred of health left. Ooh, can I pile drive these? Okay, this one's healing it. No. Well, not if it doesn't let me hit it. Wow. You are yelling, boy. Please die. Still not the worst night stage. Definitely a tedious night stage, though. Got a lot of XP for it, though. And put one in combat. Then put some in health. And one in Unleashed. Why not? And now we have the actual worst boss. I don't know, maybe I should have looked up if I was failing a certain strat, but it would not do the move against me that I would want it to do to make the final hit anywhere near easy. The interesting thing about this Dark Gaia beast is that there is a mechanical nature to the arena which really reflects on Eggman being more proactive. Hell, it almost looks like Eggman's keeping it on ice because it's too evil. Where's the other one? Is it moving? It's moving. Alright. If you hold on to the canisters for too long, they will explode on you. I was out of range of that, thank you very much. Or are you joking? Okay, sure. This is like Autumn immediately being bad. When there's ice in the sky and you are terrified, that's Amore. That works, I guess. Seriously?
Sorry, I'm in a rush here.
What just happened? The last time that third spot took me like so much chip damage to actually just like get it to go away. I just one-shotted it or something. What hell? That was awesome, but what? What hell yeah, what? How about this? Sir? This is your show. You stay. Okay. Just watch yourself. Well, that doesn't even show up. It might for you guys. I see, like, a very small boxed version of what is actually on the stream. I don't know why it, like, cuts off the border. Brenda's back. They're very old. So, naturally, they're not like a UFO catcher plushies or something like that. They're like early 90s stuffed animal stuff. I can see it written in your eyes. Ask me. I help your investigation. Transform into Sonic at night. Look, both of these names would be better. Dark Hog, Chaos Hog. Werehog doesn't make sense. Chaos Hog would be perfect. Does Tails Custom Jet have a name? The Tornado, the I Love Sonic, the Cyclone. We are not using the Cyclone. That got repurposed into a spaceship. What is Alaska Temple Guardian like? Terrifying. What was the guardian of the first temple you were fighting like? It was a beetle-shaped robot. Color of the Alaska Chaos Emerald? I actually didn't pay attention, but I'm guessing it's cyan. Okay, I remembered correctly. I hear part of the planet's back. I bet it was thanks to you guys. How would we celebrate with some dessert? On second thought, I better not. My wife's got me on a strict diet. I haven't been following their story, so I don't know what that's about. The fuzzy ball. There we go. Back to Swagonia. These controllers are so old that there's like the analog sticks are shedding. I don't know how else to put it.
Sonic.
Another piece of the restored, same thing as always. The next temple lies in Shamar, Sonic. This time I will join you myself. I have a research facility in Shamar. Now then, my friends, everyone ready to depart? I'll meet you all there. Well then. Did I give him any? I'll give him some souvenirs. I already did? There weren't more for me to get, that was the thing. He might be here now. He's gone now. The weird thing about this is if you want to access like the gallery or the sound test or the previous cutscenes, you do have to buy the things that play them for the lab. You have to buy a TV and a record player and a library stack, like a book tower. Using whatever signal that is.
All systems are green. Dark Gaia activation is confirmed on all 7 continents. Electromagnetic homing signals are locked on. All units converging on point 0.
Yes, perfect. Gathering Dark Gaia's pieces is such a pain. I'll have them come to me instead. A brilliant shift in perspective. An idea worthy of Dr. Eggman. Super genius.
Your skill at self-aggrandizement is unparalleled.
Silence!
And then Eggman dabbed.
Activate the Dark Gaia fusion furnace. And while you're at it, get those energy conversion circuits warmed up.
Understood. Commencing Project Dark Gaia. Requesting final clearance.
Granted. Finally, my ambitions will be achieved.
If you're an evil genius scientist and you don't make big red buttons for you to push at dramatic points, what are you even doing with your life? I think that's like the 3rd one he's pressed this game. But that was definitely like the most dynamic. Yeah, Professor Pickle's lab is around here somewhere, we just need to find it. Hello ladies. Welcome to Shamar. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Well, there must be something you young ones would ask us. What are the people like? We're devoted worshippers of the great moon and sun in the heavens. Mood. Many of us are merchants. Our shop is one of the highest rated in Shamar. She's quite the saleswoman. She could probably sell sand to a scorpion. She buys and sells like a woman possessed. That's why your shop is very profitable. Buy, sell, profit. That's the way you run a store. Wish I could learn to do that. I like how the information just became, like, go buy a shop at this store. Aha, we meet again! Hello there, how are you doing? He's pretty comfortable around you now, eh? Thanks a lot. Can I help you? What are you guys doing? Traveling salesman, that's what we would do. We have traveled the world to gather rare, mysterious things to sell. Go ahead and take a look at our wares. Or you could if we had anything left to sell now. Sorry. We'll get a new stock in before next time, eh? You take a look then. We'll see you around then. Somewhere out there. So the next time you find Wentos, finally you'll be able to purchase from him. Also, this music's like one of my favorite, period. Saeed! Hey you, yes you! Blue fellow, have you tried some delicious chai? Chai is a wonderful drink of tea, a wonderful type of tea we drunk here in Shamar for generations. I'm a specialist in the field. I spend my days seeking the ultimate chai. Ah yes. Chai, also known as tea, is a type of tea. Here's ours sharp. Get some curry and pilaf. We don't have time for this, unfortunately. We have time for these two. These two are very important. Hey, do you know who you're looking at? Me and my sister are the Pretty Committee to Preserve Peace in Shamar. Come on, Samia, you have to say it. Pretty cum kitty. Bah, good enough. Now listen up, you two. No funny business or else. Got it? Good. You look like you understand. It's the pretty cum kitty. You must be Sonic. The professor is waiting for you inside. Who am I? I'm an exchange student at the university. I came here to study the ruins here under the professor's instruction. Hee hee, I came along with the professor too. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Lucky you. It's just like that one theme song she has, I think, somewhere. Follow me up, dog. Follow me down, dog. Welcome to my lab. Any trouble finding the place, my boy? I knew you just arrived, but have you had a look around the area yet? Ah, you should also be able to visit Empire City next, to Shamar. It's another spot I would like you to investigate, Sonic. Well then, do you have any further questions? Nope. Let's get to it. We have enough juice in the tank to be able to play all of these stages without struggling. When I was doing my other more casual exploration file next to this, I had to go on a collecting spree to find stuff for Empire City to even do that one. But that was level 5. We're good. Shamar's night stage is level 6. Like, the order they want you to do it in is Shamar's day stage, Empire City's night stage, then go do Adabat's night stage, and then you can choose between, well no, then you can choose between actually, thanks. Remember these from, Sonic and the Secret Rings? What am I fooling around for? I need to... Okay, thanks. I need to get the Lightspeed Dash shoes. I messed up. Oops. Finally. Now I can find all the tea in the different entrance stages and give them to Saeed. It's the best side quest in the game.
Here we go!
Okay. Lost my energy. I can't believe I botched it. We'll probably be back. Fun part about this stage is, like, while you're in town like this, you'll see there's, like, people. This was true for Rooftop Run too, but it's far more in this because there are far more just random people around. They'll be, like, cheering you on. We're just sitting around like that. What? That's the wrong way. I'm pressing left. Right? Right, left? Now we have left town. surprised that wasn't like an insta-death crush. There are some of those later in the stage. Why am I in 2D? This is a 3D segment. There we go. That was weird. I've never encountered something like that in this. That's usually the kind of thing I encounter in Sonic Generations, because that's just like slapped together. Also, like, the song isn't bad, but it's a distinct example of, like, the one case in this game where the hub world music is better than the action stage music. Because usually the action stage music's, like, just really good compared. But I guess that's also part of the reason behind that is that the hub world stage is super good. I'm not even trying right now, apparently. Getting, like, none of the... Oh, jeez. Momentum. I tripped. That could have been worse. I don't think... Did I even die once that time? Yeah, no. That was quick. I, like, got no medals. That's the easiest of these hard stages. I don't think anyone has anything interesting to say after coming out of that. Oh no. I was gonna sing a song for this part, but I can't remember the exact lyrics. Oh, let's start in the daytime. Empire City. I'm talking Empire City. And this is just New York City. Or like half of the Mid-Atlantic. Hello, hello, and welcome to Empire City. The entrance stage? It's back there, but I'd think twice about going. Some real strange people have been going through there lately. Like, this is definitely New York City. There are hints of, like, any city on the Eastern Storyboard. Hey there, nice to meet you. I'm Lil Kate. You sure are a strange one. I'm gonna be a singer someday. Just watch. I believe you. And you know it's America because its specialties are hamburger and fried chicken. Hell yeah. Counter of Dreams. Good place. Oh yeah, it's Louis Montaigne. Welcome to my town. Well, I guess it's not like I really own it. But I would if I could. That's how much I love this place. This your first time? The entrance stage is just over there. Past the pigeons. Got it. It's Geek and Bluey! Hello! We just came to America! Or specifically New York City. Or it's called Empire City. Just like in Steven Universe. We gotta go to nighttime. I'm always nice to pigeons. There are these mourning doves that are always outside my house. try not to scare them. Time for up dog. That's the best I can hope for, that if you get that feeling from it. Because that means there's at least a charm to it if I'm not just like doing a direct PC screen. Thank you. Shut. That kind of works. Yeah, the combat has escalated for this stage. Which is why I needed to have my strength up to level 8 before we got here. Or was it level 8? 6? I don't know. High enough. Stop. I wish I could be on the couch, but like I actually have to have my phone pretty close to the TV to be able to get it to be even this good of a definition. So I got this little table set up. I'm on a ottoman, actually. My camera stand is made of Mega Blocks, the classic child's toy. Gotta get that one up. Come on. Yes. Okay. That was close. Okay, camera changes, please. I wasn't quite there yet. Okay, we're just doing this. These tight walks are the worst mechanic in the game, but not these ones. You'll see when they get really bad. Oh, come on. I forgot I got the... So the base combos are actually 5-hit combos, and I just unlocked the straight attack one. It's that ending double punch there. I don't think I have the slash attack one. I do, okay. Cool. So our combat's really high now. We just have like the really intensive combos left to unlock. Alright, here's the worst mechanic in the game. It is spiked edges. You can, if you even like think of stepping close to the edge, you will get hurt by these. These are the worst tight walks in history. Like, I don't even... any game. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea. It's a challenge, that's for sure. And that's why the tight walks are worse than the air diving mechanic in the day stages. Okay. Okay. We're good. Okay, that was lucky. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Oh, come on. Okay. As long as there's no corners, it's doable. But even then, you can never be too careful. Try to steal a hot dog. Oh boy. The metal over there. Ow. Come on. All this for a medal? Maybe I'll just run. Can I get up there? Oh, I see. Do I see? So, where Empire City is really interesting, because it's like just this random continent on the south of the world, so south that on Eggman's like flat map, the bottom tip of it stretches around the world like we do with Antarctica. And it also just like doesn't seem to have any familiar landmarks around it from what I've noticed. The Archie comics tried to work in that this was a United Federation territory, like in the adventure games. But while it also is definitely America, it feels like a different take on the American stereotypes than the United Federation's is. Which is like far more the militaristic. Like Empire City's like the ideal of New York City. Once the map is, the globe is mostly full, I'm actually going to see if we can take a closer look, if anything stands out to previous maps. Remember I had that, like, very brief very brief idea that perhaps the map in Shadow the Hedgehog was a national map and not a global map because it looks nothing like this world. What just happened? Why did that just happen? I'm gonna try something risky. Nope. Okay. Worth a shot. I don't know if there's perfect guards in this or Won't let you do that. No! Okay, I should have let him do it. No! God. This is the most unfair battle in this game. And I got so lucky the first time. We're good. Give me the XP. I just realized I was doing that without using the Unleashed bar either, which I didn't have actually. So I guess that's pretty good. There's another one at the end of the stage that I'll use the Unleashed bar for, hopefully. There's one in Jungle Joyride Night. Definitely want to use it for that too. Because the Unleashed bar really does power you up, like, especially when your power's at this level. Okay, there's a reason there's a 1 up there. That's not even the reason. If you pay close attention, it's obvious, but I won't ruin the surprise until it starts happening. Get out of here. Okay. Yep. Falling platforms with spikes on the side. Come on. Come on, guys. Okay. This is going pretty smoothly. Like, in my other one, to grind Sonic to the appropriate level to be able to handle this, I had to find Wentos and buy hero sandwiches, which give more XP than the chili dogs do. So I guess, like, the extra stages I played to get medals helped. Oh jeez. It did just let me run right off the edge there. Luckily there was a 1-up hanging over there. Oh, this game is as kind as it is mean. I think I might be able to do... Nope. don't have the health for you to do that, sir. Take that. And see the other Titan from here. Camera is not being kind to me right now. Okay. Do this first. I'm gonna need this to get another medal. Reminder that we can't sleep on these medals. We need 120 of each. There are 200 total, I'm pretty sure. So, percentage-wise, that's not terrible. It is still double from what I started with today. I guess this is a good time to appreciate the music. What? Okay. We already have the medals, so that cuts half of the time that I just did. Can you stop guarding? Okay, sure. No! Oh good, no. It's okay. Thank you, game, for not just throwing me over the edge. Like this, that pole to swing from is so necessary that you maybe won't even reach it if you just jump without expert precision, I guess. Can you turn the camera? Can you keep the camera turned? Okay. There we go. And I still don't have Unleash Reader. I think the reason that the shockwave hits you when you're down like that in the first stage is... Tail hit, okay. Is because of the different elevation for the arena. Okay. I didn't even get to see it. What happened there was I tried to do the critical finisher and I didn't think it was activating. So I pressed it again. That counted. That counted towards the inputs. Sneaky. All that messed up and it was a B? That's how hard the stage is. The Where Wheel Rush, that's a good one. Earthshaker. And Vertical Warehammer. I think I remember which one that is. Yes. It is after doing 4 attacks, you can hit them into the air instead of just 2 attacks. I think I have to go see Pickle again. We are at an even 98 each medals. That's pleasing. That they're both the same. Which means if we don't get 22 within the next couple stages, next 3 stages, we will have to replay a stage. And we have been going for 2 hours. Okay. Things are looking feasible. Hello, Wentos. Questionable sandwich. Whale ornament. Absolutely. Magazine. Sure, why not? Power vitamin. And fried chicken. Of course. Naturally. Wait, what price was that fried chicken? Okay. If that was cheaper than the stuff you can get in Empire City, it's like, I should have just bought a bunch of it. Actually. There's one Dark Gaia explanation I want to do here. Oh boy! I could sure use a nice glass of iced coffee on a hot day like this. Iced coffee is a no-brainer over hot chai. This is unacceptable behavior, Saeed. We have to get rid of Dark Gaia's possession from you immediately. Talking about coffee instead of chai? I'll not stand for it. I was also thinking of going back to Missouri to exercise Kwame, because he's going to be the new elder, with Gweck having stepped down. What are you doing out here? Any others? What are they doing over there? Perfect. These are always timed. Trying to do one in Alaska, and just the stage, the hub world geometry is not always good for these. Well, that was lucky. That wasn't lucky. That was unlucky. Missed. Okay. These bees get really annoying because sometimes they will just ignore you. Like, their thing is that they dodge attacks easily, but sometimes they will just, like, flat out not give you the option to attack. Which is why I always try to grab them quickly and then just slam them. But then sometimes it doesn't give you the little green dot that lets you. Okay. Oh yeah, so like the people of Shamar, they are very explicit about their worship of the celestial bodies, of the moon and the sun. Good thing that the moon is still whole in this, huh? My mind suddenly seems so clear. Now I can once more experience the wonderful world of Chai. Do you have a quest for me yet? Okay. I think I have to beat the next stage to get his quest. Like in Sonic Adventure 2, there was that part where they were showing different parts of the world, and after this game came out, it's like, so it's not really France and the Middle East and whatever else we're looking at. That's like Spagonia and Shamar. It matches up.
Sonic.
Sonic, my boy, have made another breakthrough. The manuscripts suggest a temple lies in the Adabat area. Do you know the way? The world map should indicate its location. Very well, my friends. Let's place another Chaos Emerald in the temple. And one other thing. Sonic, you should be able to reach new areas within Shamara and Empire City. Realize you have much to do, but investigate the areas, would you? Yes. I'm gonna give you a whale, my boy. Yes. Every time you give him a souvenir, he'll give you like a little gameplay tip, which is may or may not be useful, but this is what we want. Sometimes he'll give you a gift, like a sun medal, which we need more sun medals first than we need moon medals. But I would still like to have like no less than 110 by the time we have 120 of those. I keep forgetting I was going to switch it to Japanese for a little bit. What's a good... I haven't been thinking of a good time to do it. Maybe, Skyscraper Scamper Day. Or, no, Jungle Joyride. Because I think it's the night stages that Chip is more likely to chime in about something. Right, okay, good. These last night stages. Where Skyscraper Scamper was just rude, this one is tricky, I would say. Because it has a lot of puzzles, a lot of places where, like, if you walk into that area, it's a trap, and you're gonna have to fight a bunch of enemies before you can leave. Plus you have these fire mages that will set you on fire if you try and hurt them without putting them out. As if this place isn't hot enough as it is. These dark Gaia creatures sure make some noises sometimes. I don't know if that got it. It did. This... Huh. This thing has been following me, huh? There's that new ability. That was the Were-Wheel Rush. Pretty sure there's something over here. Guess not. This is an area you can actually come back to later. That XP. Okay. I think the puzzle where you bring this all the way to the other side just to open up a door, I think you only get like a videotape or some other gallery item for that. I'm just going to use it for this metal. Excuse me? Wow, that was rude. Did I just knock it into the water and it's still... Okay. It's still on fire, but it was in the water. Hell yeah. Doesn't help there's an object between us. You gotta go all around to get a bunch of stones like this one. I started talking about, something. What was it? This game's definitely too powerful for the system it came out for. Like, I'm sure that's part of why emulating it is so difficult. Is that the right one? Yeah. Well, like it lags badly in this. One of the options on the experimental, well, no, the options are for the regular build too. This is the wrong thing. One of the options was to like set it to 60 frames per second instead of 30, which is its natural here because it's an Xbox. And that's one of the things that actually made it work better. Take it. Okay, I'm uncomfortably low on health. If I go up there, there's a sun medal, which, you know, I've been saying this whole time. We can't sleep on those. I also have to fight, like, 20 more enemies or something. It's ridiculous. I don't think I want to do it unless I need to. I think there'll be alternatives. Once again, we are leaving town. Okay. Can't set me on fire when I'm already on fire. Okay. You're the wrong one. There we go. It's not what I wanted to grab. What do you... Okay. It was worth a shot. There's another, like, little sea dragon thing in this pond, and it hasn't showed up to thwart me, so whatever. Get that out of the way before I grab this, so I can just ignore them. What's up there? Please? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Stop setting me on fire. I can't see enough of what's going on. actually ignore the rest of them. Okay, I am just going to ignore the rest of them.
That's right, baby.
Oh, so that's what no deaths is like on that. Wildware World. Okay, so we're upgrading the charge attacks there. I want to increase my shield then. So I actually have started getting used to using the shield. Also, 2.5. 2.5 hours and no error. Is this what I mean? Yes. It's fine. I guess it's not fine. Just wanted the tea. Very important. Please? Oh my gosh. Okay. Now let's fight a very silly boss. Because it sort of doubles as sports. Menacing, but honestly not that big.
Looks like I can push this box thing.
I keep beating them down and they get right back up. It's gotta be a better way.
By doing that. Hey, I was using that. All according to plan.
Looks like those annoying nightmares stay gone for a while if you clear them out.
Please, I can see it. You don't need to change the camera. Sports. Should I even bother? I shouldn't. Should never bother.
Definitely working, son. Keep going.
Oh. Yeah, naturally this thing was pushing the whole time. I was going to try and stop it that whole time, too. Surely it will do something. Okay. Alright. I'm pretty sure he doesn't call Amy a little girl in the Japanese version. We have the yellow emerald, the Heliodor. Stretching my wrist out. Jeez. Alright, real quick, I need to grab a couple of medals in here. Another night one. Alright, I was talking about Empire City. That's why I started talking about Sonic Adventure 2 stuff. Because of the United Federation. And that one cutscene. Oh, get off of me. Where the other moon medal is. Well, 2 medals is worth it. I'm collecting all kinds of tea leaves in my quest for the ultimate chai, but I've never found the red tea leaves treasured in this country. If you ever come cross the T. Pringy's bringing me some. Thank you, my blue friend. This is the best quest line. You just give him tea. Thanks, I'm going to make some chai straight away. I tried chai with red tea, and the flavor was out of this world. Now I've tried all the teas of this land. Time to move on. On to a new land in search of the ultimate chai. 4. Okay. And you just find him in several countries after that. I think we have to go back to Professor Pickle. Anyway, so we might as well go to Adabat first, while it's nighttime there. Show off this place. It's very nice. We don't get many visitors around here. Where are you from? Well, make yourself at home and relax and take in the sea breeze. What's funny is if I waited a little longer to come here, there would have been literally 2 visitors that got here before me. Yeah. Because Lambros from Apados is a sailor, and he got down this way after the world was... Not even. Wait, how did he get here then? This place isn't restored yet. Lambros, how'd you do it? I guess I need to make it daytime. Because I can't get where I thought I could. Well. Okay. There we go. I think this is the only example of, like, needing to change it from day to night to be able to access one of the stages. Okay, after this stage, I'm going to assess how many medals I have. There's simply too many battles in this level for how nice the music is. Oh, please. Alright. I just want to make sure I defeat these instead of just running ahead, because sometimes they will just, like, no matter how far away you go, they will keep trying to attack you, and the battle music won't stop. Can't see. I could have sworn there was a medal. Why would it change this camera like this? Okay, whatever. Let's get out of here. Hi, Murphy. Oop. Just in time. Careful there. Where are the rest of the enemies? That's ridiculous. Ooh, chili. Chili and cornbread? That's what I'm talking about. I haven't had that combo in so long. What did it just do? A perfect tactical jump for XP, and it stopped me. Murphy, what are you crying about? Or more so squawking about? Okay. Now we can be a little rowdy, because we have a checkpoint. I'm out of shield. Lucky. I don't think I ever showed this one. It's bad. I beat it up from the inside. Juice. Whew, okay. That was close. Okay. I keep expecting there to be like a secret off the edge of something. And the secret's right over there. What the hell? What is going on here? Why is everything breaking through me? Is that good enough? Can you? Okay, this is the part I was thinking of. This is what I should have used that. Use that unleash for. Okay. Okay. Sir. That's what I was expecting. Nonsense. I was in midair. Why is it not doing the move I should do? I can't move. Its hammer's in the way. What? Okay. What? Oh, God. Okay. I have to do some damage control. This is so risky. Oh, but we did it. Almost a full speed critical finisher. So the stage end is right behind that waterfall over there that I'm just sort of ignoring. But you have to stop the waterfall with a puzzle, which you couldn't access the puzzle until you defeat the Dark Gaia Titan. So it gets very noisy in here. The puzzle is that they're labeled with a flower at different stages of its life, and you have to do them in order from sprout to bloom. And everything gets a little quieter.
That's right, baby.
Hurricane combo. Maybe that's what I was trying to do. Who knows? Not me. Okay, we're at day level 7, and we're almost at night level 7. This is great. We can just play from here on out. Alright. Did I miss? No, okay. So let's get the Skyscraper Scamper. Oh, I already got that. The day version. So yeah, I think we're definitely, like, this is me saying, like, I'm gonna give myself an hour of stream, potentially. Let me think about what I just said. Yeah, the greater amount of an hour to do the final area. Not all of it. I don't think these next 2 levels are gonna only take me 10 minutes. Who could say? But I guess I can't get too distracted by... Oh, shoot. Oh. Hualin, was it? Was that true just now? Why would I lie? It's the plain truth. Grant's back in my hometown is the world's best doctor. What, out of the boonies with no universities or medical facilities? Talk about rude. I mean, you're right, but still. He's just that good. His medicine can cure anything in one dose. I wonder. Anyway, forget that. What's the local cuisine here? I came as soon as I heard that this chunk of the planet was back, and I'm starved. Local cuisine? I suppose one could say that of a hot dog? Hualin has been going around to different areas, and I haven't been running into her. I guess I've just been playing too quickly. Okay, we should get some medals while we're here too. We need those last... Well, actually, I might not even need to, like, go out of my way to get hub stage or entrance stage medals. Do a little bit of something, but... I think that would be the boss if I had it available. Oops, that was a bad idea. Oh well. It's easier to get the night medals at night. Well, actually no, one's right on the ground there, but one of them needs to be at night. This is a very hard day stage. It might be the hardest day stage. It's mostly the beginning part. There's a lot of open places you can fall off the highway.
Here we go!
Got that speed highway vibe. Radical highway too. Oh, no. No. I went for a 1-up and that caused me to lose one.
Here we go!
I hear that saxophone a lot. Maybe. Okay, just don't respond, I guess. Oh god, it's every type. That was the worst. I could not parse that fast enough. So we have to take the low and slow route. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. I have to make an emergency something.
Ready? Go!
So it's 2 days after the stream. What I was doing where we left off was my phone was at 5% and I had ran off to get my phone charger. And I kind of wished that my phone actually had run out of battery, instead of wasting my time because all the footage after that was full of my camera's focus pulsating continuously. And nobody told me that that was happening. And I personally find it completely unwatchable. So, here we are, re-recording it all. Because how the rest of the stream went, I was extremely unhappy with. It went way too long. Had no business being like that. So I figured this is the best way to go about it. As I said, this is a difficult stage, so I'm at least still doing it for you, but we'll have to approach the story a little differently because both of my files are now past where we were when the video left off. Nailed it. That's not the last time we'll see the Interceptor. Or these guys. Yeah, Empire City. Definitely going to be much more low energy here, since I am under the burden of fixing a mistake right now. And the hope is just that my performance will be better to justify it. This is the alternate file that I mentioned that I did have prepared beforehand. So it has not done Eggman Land yet, so that part we can just go through the narrative. Normally we would go to see Professor Pickle now, so we could unlock the final stage before Eggman Land, Jungle Joyride, day. We already did night. Everyone's in a little bit of a different area because I've already done stuff. So how's it look? Think you can save the planet for us? I'm sure you'll do fine. And when you're done, come tell me about it. I'll make you the top headline. I'd already done all of Brenda's quests. I had left her behind at Shamar without doing her survey last time. So we did not run into her again on stream. really just did not have much to say at this point because we were just finishing up the narrative. Hopefully past this stage it is about an hour of recording and not 2 hours. But I do love Jungle Joyride. Despite that ranking there, I gotta be beforehand, so let's see if we can
Ready? Go!
have that happen. Start at the village. Much like most of the stages, some of them we just stay in the cities we're in the whole time. This one's a lot like Shamar. We start with the village we were just in. And we leave it to the jungle. Oops. There are springs there. I didn't get them. And it didn't lock onto them, so that's lovely. We're gonna have that kind of day. We had that kind of day before anyway, so I guess, like, whatever. This is supposed to be faster too. It's not faster if you slow down like that. But it also avoids a QuickTime event ramp. I'll say my controller's buttons haven't gotten any more responsive since 2 days ago. Come out over the ocean. We're filling the true water trope with this one. Even though Apatos was the beach region, the island region is really... No! God. What is this? Cool Edge Act 2? I didn't play that on stream. Here's our last encounter with the Interceptor. I didn't name it beforehand, but that is what this thing's called. That's its job. That's not the A button. The way that, someone on Twitter I follow who developed a very good game, the way that you described that this game's level design for the 3D segments differ from future ones is that there's a lot of threading the needle. Like, it's open areas that push you to go to a certain place. And that's really standing out to me right now because I started playing Colors. And, like, the comparison was supposed to be to, like, Forces and how much that differs, but even with Colors, you really start to see a difference with the level design. We'll go more into that, why that's true for colors next week. Nailed it. Didn't get it. Of course it's an insta-death. The second one, the first one's always X, the second one is different. Skip that gross moving platforms with the spikes. That's what the boost is for. Part of this level design actually, right here, kind of reminds me of Green Forest from, like, that area just past there, not this part anymore. From Sonic Adventure 2. We're at the end. That would have been a key if this was new data. Take it. Ooh, maybe I should have put this into something on Warthog. We did have quite some trouble fighting all of the fights. Shield could have been good. Oh well. So now what I have to do, because it's not going to... Well, actually I can still fight the boss. Kind of don't want to fight the boss, but... Oop. Almost made the same mistake last time, too. Whoa! Nice. I have to fall in the water somehow, at some point. Like, that's how it's done. Bonk. The Egg Lancer. Now the gimmick about this thing is they took the Egg Beetle, Eggman took the Egg Beetle and smashed the Egg Devil Rays stuff on it to create nothing new, but something more deadly. Smash it all together. I do want to get it with the boost. Not terrifying me. Okay. No. I guess it does do the same amount of damage. Okay. Or sometimes it just doesn't do damage. Lovely. That happened once last time, so our pattern here is going to be the same each time we pass through. It's XBB. And then this, whatever that is, 2 damage. I left this file on Japanese, which I think I will keep on for the next cutscene. That might be a bad idea. Ah, you know what? If I have to exit out of the game to cut to, what do you call it? Oh, that's how that works. Okay. Yeah, if I have to exit out of the restart the game to change it back to English, because I can't access the options until I do that, I can just cut that. I could just cut that otherwise, too. I guess there's a little more freedom, but whatever. Okay. So if I did this properly, that would have been the last hit. A shred. Okay, maybe that wouldn't have been the last hit. Maybe there would have been a shred anyway. No, I'm pretty sure last time I missed once, and it must be because I didn't boost the first time. Alright, screw it, you've seen it. I'm not doing all of that over again. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? That was the silliest way to die. Like, how did you want me to dodge that? I've never seen that part of a third cycle through that part, so you know. If you suck, you're gonna suck, I guess. So what we need to do to see the cutscene. I finished his chai cutscene quest. I'm not sure there's anything else. He needs to brew the ultimate chai. Now that he's tried all of the world's tea. It's good because I forgot last time to show Chip's Japanese voice because I mean I've talked about it, but if you only know Sonic through me playing, which is true for at least two of you, the context of what I'm even talking about helps. Sorry, I forget your name. The people bumped me. Excuse me, Tails. We need to watch the TV. Yeah, okay. I have the important ones. So we arrive at the temple in Adabat, and Chip feels a sense of unease, even though it's just another temple with nobody around.
どうしたチップ
なんか怖い。
怖いただの古い神殿だぜ敵の気配も何もない
そうじゃなくて、なんでもない。行こう。
It's much cuter. My Xbox is making some noises. Now there's a mural. It looks like Dark Gaia reaching up to Chip. See, in the Japanese, I couldn't tell that that was the same voice as Chips.
Sonic, I remember now. All of it.
Oh, Chippy.
My real name is Light Gaia. I draw power from the day and light and guide the planet to its rebirth. My job was to protect the planet from Dark Gaia. But Eggman broke the world apart himself, and Dark Gaia and I were awakened before we should have been. That's why Dark Gaia broke apart, and I didn't know who I was. I didn't remember what I was supposed to do. All because this isn't the proper time of awakening. Time of awakening? Dark Gaia grows over millions of years.
It's nap
Then
time.
rises to destroy the world. And I put it all back together. We've been doing this over and over, again and again, since the very beginning of time.
So you were asleep all this time? For millions of years?
Yes, for ages and ages.
It's hard to think of a civilization that would be around a million years ago to make that.
I bet it's thanks to you.
The Gaia manuscripts.
Even at night when I'm like this, I'm still myself, not like all the other people we've seen. You must have been protecting me this whole time.
Mm-mm. I haven't done anything, Sonic. You're the reason you haven't changed at all. You're too strong to lose yourself.
I'm the reason?
Yeah, you never doubt yourself, no matter what. You never give in to the night or the darkness inside your heart. I think it's because I knew that about you. That's why I wanted you to help me. It's been so fun getting to see the world. I've lived here since the planet began, but I didn't know a thing about it. That it's so pretty, or that food tastes so good, or that people are so nice. I'm so glad I got the chance to discover all that with you, and I'm so glad that you helped me find my memory. Sonic, I will never, ever forget you. Thank you, Sonic. Goodbye, friend.
Hey,
Whoa, what?
where do you think you're off to all by yourself?
What? But my memory is back now, and, well, from here on out, it's my responsibility, so, I mean, there's no reason for you to come along, so I should just...
Do I need a reason to want to help out a friend?
Thanks, Sonic. Yeah!
So then we'd come back to Shamar and reconfirm with Professor Pickle where we are in this file's narrative. I've been waiting for you, my boy. The restoration of that piece made the location of the last temple clear. Now then, my friends, time to ride Tails' tornado to the scene. Just say the word, young Tails, there when you're all set, Well then, any further questions? Nope. Don't forget to bring a souvenir from Eggman Land. There is one thing I have to do before we leave, though. And it's check in with Amy. This next one's the last temple, right, Sonic? You can do it. I believe in you. And when you're done, then the world will be at peace when you finally go out. And this is where you have a chance to accept a date with Amy, which is what I've been saying with Black Knight, is where he's trying to explain to her where they were getting chili dogs. That's the date that was interrupted. It's the one you can agree to in this game. But I don't support Sonami. Oh, come on, give a gal a little hope here, Sonic. I say that, but you can talk to her as many times as you want and reject. You mean it? Yay, it's a promise. Now go, hurry and save the world already, jeez. Pretty sure that if you talk to her again... Okay, never mind. I thought if you said yes, it locks it into that, but you can reject her as many times as you want. I guess you can just do whatever. Okay, Tails.
Sonic!
Come on, Sonic, Chip. Let's restore the last piece of the planet. I've got the tornadoes on standby, ready to go. Ready to head out, Sonic? You bet, let's fry. Let's make these potatoes. Got it, partner, let's make tracks. And now we have Act 2 of Tornado Defense, or I was calling it Sky Chase. Tomato defense. Tomato defense for these potatoes we're about to fry. We're almost at Eggman's base. And I'll be happy to see us. I'd be ready for the welcome parade.
Guess they won't just let us through.
Here we go!
We need potatoes and tomatoes for this scrambled eggs. The theme sounded like they took the previous version of a tornado defense and turned it into some, like, hard industrial electronic. You know, with the planet full like that, I tried to look around again to give my little map obsession a look-see. You know, to try and, like, put together the different maps we've had. I think, like, one of the conclusions I really came to all this time, I mean, of course, the other maps we've mostly seen were on a, like, micro level, like, citywide. We wouldn't be able to see that globally, even if the features are exaggerated on this globe. The thing I suddenly came up with, though, because I was finding just a few ambiguous but shapely islands around, we probably wouldn't even be able to see South Island with how small that would be. Though it would have been fun. Like, that's a missed opportunity for these developers to try and, like, do a distinct little, hey, over here's where this speckle over here is where South and West Side Islands are. Like, so, like, what this made me think with the map on map in Shadow the Hedgehog is we can, maybe if we're going to headcanon that a national map, the United Federation is like a significant chain of islands that's well, there's a few places you could I'm pressing A and you're doing nothing here. There's a handful of places we could kind of put on this globe that are just tiny islands. Thanks. It's also trying to, like, twist the globe to try and make...
You just can't get enough, huh?
to try and make the continent that the Empire City's on relative to United Federations. That's like literally impossible. Like, some continents can be twisted to look like things on that map, but I think the best we're gonna get is it being a chain of islands. Fun enough, one of the places that could have been that is the landmass that Eggman Land is on, that we're going to right now. I'm doing as bad as possible. I think I got hit once on stream. I'm just letting it happen right now. That would be kind of ironic, because that would mean that Eggman succeeded in what he was trying to do all of the adventure games. Why didn't it give me a prompt for... whatever. That's not weird camera contrast. It actually got that bright. With a shadow. My cold has not gotten any better. Yeah. Eggman has finally made Eggman Land. He hasn't exactly taken over anything with it yet. Unless, like I said,
This is my magnificent empire, made possible through my genius and the limitless energy harnessed from Dark Gaia.
This place is crazy. I'll never understand Eggman's tastes.
he likes theme
Take a
parks.
shot.
Surprise? Yes, of course you are. Sonic! If you have any complaints, come deliver them to me in person. If you can, that is.
Ah, he's enjoying this way too much. Sonic! I can feel the last temple nearby. He must have built this place on top of it. Well, I guess we'll just have to tear it down.
Here we go. The Gauntlet. If every stage in this game is going to be culturally relevant to places around the world, where are we going to throw the rest of the tropes? The Eggman's base? The manufacturing plants? The carnival? All into one, baby.
Here we go!
Oh, no. Slipped. There's like several branching paths this first area. I just kind of go where the wind takes me. This path specifically, assuming things target, is the least amount of just, it will throw you off when you least expect it into your doom. But the way right below it also would take me to... Pretty sure that thing blew away last time I hit it. Oh, whatever. I'm out of ring energy. No, why would you turn around? I'm gonna die now. Like, I can't fucking avoid that. What the hell? This is going as bad as possible. Like, perhaps worse than last time. Okay, and the gimmick of this is you switch to Wolf Hog mid-stage. There's several segments where you switch back and forth. And the key way to get through Wolf Hog is if you don't gotta fight, then don't fight. We ain't needing that XP yet. Don't give me that, please. Why did it undo the targeting? I swear, this game hates me. Yes. All the practice in the world for this stage doesn't make any difference, I swear. Which isn't a good sign in this game's favor, in terms of, like, how good it actually is. Yet there are so many aspects about it that, like, definitely put it above any other boosting game for me. No. I'll tell you when we reach the point where the first time around, despite all the deaths I had, is when I actually stopped having fun. I'm not in the best situation for that right now. Once again, it does not load the stage properly for me to do it properly. Straight out of Twinkle Park, except more dangerous. Like a roller coaster tycoon built coaster. Okay, yep, that's guaranteed to happen the first time. Time for the most evil part. Not actually the most evil. I'll show you the most evil. Because we don't have spiked tight walking parts. We actually have the thick kind that are very forgiving. They're still not great. Especially if the camera's going to change on you. Okay. Can you turn without just going forward off the ledge? Mr. McJerk. You can't. I couldn't make that jump. I thought I might be able to. You'd think I'd know by now, but I actually never tried. Not interested. There's a way for me to get up there. Okay. Give me some better camera. Okay. Linear route. Hopefully a doable version of it. Okay. But, did not do what I did. Cool. Cool. I mean, cool jump. Right? I'm pressing B. Please do. You can jump whenever you like. Okay. Like, this is the level that very much shows the issue with depth perception. Nice. Okay, I know this is going in and out this time, so I'm not going to get cheated by it. Okay. Much quicker than on stream. Camera changing. let you look around, huh? I think that actively despawns them. Oh. Thanks. Oh, why are we going this direction? Oh, that's very annoying. Nope. Okay. 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 Where are you going? Stop! Jesus Christ. Like, I almost started to say, like, one of the issues with slow momentum in this is that there's no, like, skidding animation. But there actually is. But, like, if you're actually trying to, like, do a different direction to slow down, it will just sort of have you ricochet around like that. Instead of actually, like, trying to stop. And, like, that's one of the things I mean when I say, like, oh my god, Jesus Christ. That, like, on the slower local momentum in this game is a little bit broken because it is so thoroughly designed for high speed. Assuming you're not the wolf. Please? No. Hell? Okay. We're still alive. Take... Oh, you Jerkenstein. Again, like, you can't just, like, break. You skid for several years. Oh, here we go. This is the actual worst part of the entire stage. Just take it, because, like, you know, I stop having fun here because you literally cannot control yourself. It is not something you can do. See? What did you want from me? Okay. Please? Why are we facing this direction anyway? What are you doing? Oh boy. Oh, yes. Weird. Okay. Okay. Another one of the worst mechanics here, these fans. Amazing that I did not get hit by any. So many noises. Like, we're really at those parts where, like, when I came back to replaying, I just kind of, like, didn't recognize this place at all. Because I would try to learn to do this stage in one go. Okay. Well, that could have been worse. That was lucky. Which would require a lot of restarting from the beginning. So, I didn't see the latter half of this stage too much. Excuse you? Okay. There's like a part of it you could like totally. Is that not climbable? Okay, whatever. Down here we go. How many times do I have to press B? What are we fucking doing here? Like, it doesn't even let you look down. There's probably a good way you could learn to just be able to launch yourself downward, but, like, again, even figuring that out with the lack of depth perception you have in this game, you might not even be able to see where you can go. it might be pure luck if where you think you're going is even where you're going. Okay. You did it that time. Get some momentum. Thank you. That's what these slides need. Sure. Yeah, like, every mechanic from this game on up to this point has to show up somehow. Like, even if we just see them in one area. Okay, sure. Right. These things sure do love to be able to just hit me more than any other time before in this game. That's the thing I'm realizing about the Eggman Land Egg Fighters. You just didn't get hit this much. Like, their stuff would not connect as easily. So weirdly frustrating. And maybe it's the arenas specifically that allow them to do this. So why? That's another thing that keeps happening. The combo is in midair, straight twice, then you continue with claw type. But sometimes it just doesn't. You're vulnerable and in midair. Why did I get hit by that shockwave? I was in midair. Oh my god. There's no issue with that. You can't guard in midair. And, like, it would make sense if everything else slowed down with me, but it doesn't. It's kind of like that. You need to stop existing. You need to let me jump when I jump. Most important aspect. I really hate that the tail does damage when that happens. Meter XP. Like I said, the upcoming battle is 2 of them. I don't even think that's the end. It is the end, okay. There's the temple. See, it worked that time. I don't know why. I need to check something. Okay, yeah, I can't guard in midair. Another thing I'm definitely noticing is that things do not flinch nearly as much in this level. What's happening that move? Not sure if that was better than before. I did have to game over and redo, so who could tell? Okay, one more combat for the Egg Dragoon. I don't know what the combat punch is. Here's our final emerald, the white, the Goshenite.
The final Chaos Emerald. Back at last.
The thing that didn't really occur to me the first time was that they did just leave the emeralds in each temple. So they don't have them on them.
This should put the world back to normal. Dark Gaia will go back to being sealed within the core, and my work will be done.
That's great, Chip.
Yup. Thank you, Sonic. It's all thanks to you. Yeah!
Of course, before we can get interrupted by Eggman, we need to have external cutscenes.
Here's that Sonic has restored the last of the Chaos Emeralds. Things should settle down around here before long.
That's right. Satellite footage confirms that the last piece is moving back into place.
That's wonderful. I'll await your safe return then. You can give me a full report over a plate of luscious cucumber sandwiches.
I'll be happy to fill you in, Professor.
He'll be fine. I can hear my cat snoring.
Huh? Do you feel that?
Well, that looks familiar. The thing I called the Egg Dragoon at the beginning. It's a little different. It's also not what Eggman calls it in this cutscene. That's a terrible name. Because it's also not its name. It's also not the first build. I don't know, like, I should check the Japanese version of that, because I never, like, well, let's be real, the last time I played through this fully in Japanese, because this was the file that I was playing it on Japanese, I didn't know Japanese enough to be able to pick out this stuff. I'm very familiar with it now. I'd be able to tell if he's actually calling it that nonsense, or if it's called the Egg Dragoon in the cutscene like it is in the game data. Much like how in English they call it the Tornado 1. Japanese is very clearly saying the Tornado Go, which means 5. That's what I did on stream. I was talking about the world this time. But on stream during the Tornado Defense, I was actually reviewing the history of the tornado. It's not necessary. It's just what was on my mind at the time. It's not really necessary. There's a part in a couple games where I can do that instead. I'll have more to talk about actually relevant to it. So, because again, this is the last time we see the tornado go. See?
That little part on the bottom looks fishy. I'll try aiming for that.
Like, it's called the Egg Dragoon. That's the battle. I'm not making this up. Ooh, that might be the most efficient way to do that.
That green round thing looks suspicious. Give it a box, Sonic.
Bop it.
Let's do this.
This is a good boss. What's fun is that these are always the same QuickTime event there. It's always left and right. I think it's always A to jump, too, and to mash there. Might have been Y last time.
Blast you, Sonic.
I'm not sure if I actually could hit him there. Ooh, wow. Thanks, Chip. Oh, it's just like the moray. Hey man, you're hitting yourself. Heck yeah. Yeah, okay. The charge hit is way more efficient. And this music is so good. Also those wings, I didn't even point those out when they happened. Really cool. I think before I said this is like if the Egg Wyvern from 06 that we did not see, I think I showed the card in Rivals 2. If that looked like an Eggman mech, that's what this thing is. I mean, this doesn't matter anymore. But hey, I don't know. Maybe it affects the upcoming battle a little. I don't play as...
What? It's Dark Gaia.
Chip ready to square up. I mean, it's his job. God, I wish he kept this many eyes. Unfortunately,
What's wrong?
Sonic's getting decursed. Less of that, please.
Sonic, you gotta get up! Sonic!
Chip. Run, Chip.
Seven lights of the earth rekindled.
What's happening?
Only one of the coolest things in the entire series.
The temple.
Awaken and gather here to me!
Gaia Colossus. For as cool as it is, though, it isn't the most fun gameplay. It can be pretty bullshit at times. And I can only hope that the third phase does not take me 12 lives. I don't know. I don't have 12 lives. You have attack and guard. What attack is for is punching these meteors at the right time, which can be tricky and inconsistent. What guarding is for is against this. It is literally impossible to get through with full health. And in the classic, shut up, Dark Gaia. So the Gaia Colossus is nowhere near as big as Dark Gaia. Well, we can't just play as Chip. Gotta have Sonic involved in this somehow.
Now, Sonic. Roger that, buddy.
Not quite. This is the first of 3 things you gotta do, Sonic.
Sonic, hit Dark Guy's weak spot. Quick! Hurry, Sonic! Dark Guy is getting ready to do
The eye kind of looks like it's made of stone. Which would make sense. A little. These are planet entities. So you have to do that 3 times. Cool. That's gonna be a big deal in the 3rd phase. It's like it's not ending and there's nothing I can do to avoid these last ones. That was a lot more noises than last time.
Hit Dark Guy's weak spot. Quick! While I find it. Shit! You rock! Hurry, Sonic!
The hell?
Guy's getting ready to do something! Hang tight, Chip! Go! Hurry, Sonic!
The first 2 are fairly straightforward. The last one's platforming is also pretty bullshit. You really can't just like maneuver the best route in it, is the thing. And there's a 1-up that I haven't been able to get that would have saved me from nearly gaming over. But alas, that's in the past. Hopefully things go smoother this time. To the left, to the left. Okay, I was lucky. I was not lucky. Okay, too early. The trick is gonna be... he's gonna be charging a second laser by the time... I don't know why it took so long. That's the problem. That exemplified it right there. There's no way I can pop off an attack fast as it wants me to. And I don't know how I even got past it the time I did. Here we go. Here come the attempts. Hi, Murphy. Okay, this is the method. Just always be ready to punch. That's the method. Okay. R button does not work, remember. Big yeet. Thanks, Chip. I'll chip off the old Gaia.
Sonic, hit Dark Gaia's weak spot. Quick, while I hold him back. Chip, you rock!
Have to do the
Hurry, Sonic!
lattermost.
Gaia's getting ready to do
Or the leftmost. Rightmost? I don't know my directions. Okay, we got it. Wouldn't it have been funny if... It would have, like, actually genuinely been funny if I botched that quick time event. After saying we got it. So I do suck at quick time events. So how Tornado Defense went. Well, that doesn't look good. Excuse me.
What's happening? It was broad daylight a minute ago.
Dark Gaia has regained its true power. The beast is complete. It's just as the Gaia manuscripts foretold, and the world shall be plunged into the dark of night, the dark of destruction. Let it should come to this. We're doomed. The planet is lost.
What's happening? There's no way Sonic will let it end like this.
Got that right. Gee, I wonder what Sonic's about to do. I'm about to get that great orchestral endless possibilities. That's the way that song really hits. Okay, this part's gross, just a warning. Like, it gets more than just alien-like. I would like less of this, personally. I guess I'm gonna have to do something about that. There's a bit of bullshit to this, is that these rocks will hurt me. First off, health is not rings. You fill up health with a gauge, and then you don't have, like, decreasing rings like normal Supersonic. Which is weird. But the real bullshit is that, like, for as much as Dark Gaia is throwing at you, at least when Chip is not distracted,
My turn, Sonic. Hey, what are you doing, Chip? I'll get its attention, Sonic. You do something about this shield. I think those big snake things are creating the shield, Sonic.
yeah, like, it's particularly when Dark Gaia isn't distracted by Chip, and you're trying to not get hit by its stuff, is when you're gonna run into rocks. Like right now. Also, I think I'm making paraloops, which is really cool, but I don't think they do anything. Less of that, please. Woo. Alright. Get back over here. I think we only have 2 snake heads left. So, like, it's not like, if you know what you're doing, and you do avoid the rocks, it's not going to take you forever. Honestly, one of my early attempts on the stream, I still had a good few snakes left, and Chip's health was down to, like, almost nothing. So was mine.
Sonic, you did it.
So I definitely improved on this. Let's finish off with a bunch of QuickTime events, naturally. I think these are the same every time. If the next one's X, and then the following one's Y. I can't even complain about the QuickTime events, though, because, like, it's just more time to enjoy the music. Oh, you can do it, Chip! Shut up, Dark Gaia. So what I didn't actually mention before was, the Dark Gaia Colossus battle is actually probably better in the Wii version, because it is a, like, Wii boxing battle instead, without any of the rocks. I do prefer this version of Supersonic, though it's a more direct battle against Dark Gaia in that. Oh, my wrist. Pressing all those buttons rapidly. Now hold up, it's not daytime in all of these places. Chonana would be night when it's day in Spagonia. Ah, Orbot's last stand.
Pleasant morning, wouldn't you say, Doctor? You can simply begin your plans anew. Even if all of your efforts this last time were utterly wasted, even if it was a complete and utter humiliating loss, even the most pathetic loser in all the world will still this shadow.
That'll light a fire under his ass. Good job, Orbot. Hope there are no repercussions for you in that. Wink.
Ah, the light reigns over darkness, and the world is returned to peace. It's simply a miracle. We've been saved by a miracle.
I told you, didn't I? There was no way Sonic would let something like that happen.
And right you were. Still, we cannot live without the night. We all must sleep. We all must rest. Darkness is a part of our world, just the same as light. It may be that the darkness has not been destroyed, but merely laid to rest. It grows strong over the eons, rises up, then is put to slumber by the light. Perhaps that is the true balance of dark and light, Gaia. That balance may be the very will of the planet itself.
Save the speech for later. We've got to get things ready for Sonic's coming home party.
Meanwhile, back in this under the crust of the earth,
Sonic. Sonic, you must live.
Chip?
time to play Yeet a Hedgehog. As the temples sink into the mantle. And they are no longer there. I think I started saying it's hard to imagine who would have made the Gaia manuscripts and the temples so long ago, if that's how long the cycles are. Our real civilization definitely doesn't, but they've had at least 4 great civilizations. Who knows which number we're on right now? Could be the 5th, could be more. Amazingly, battles, one line in a secret journal gives us that context.
Al. Huh?
I'll never forget you. I'll be here by you, always. A part of the earth you tread.
The Gaia bracelet. It's not like named anything, but I would love to see Sonic wearing that again someday. But his jewelry never carries over, as we've seen with the bounce bracelet, the fire gem. Told you to fine. But we still don't see that plane again. Yeah. The Chaos Emeralds, they're the 7 lights of the planet. They're intrinsically linked to the powers of Gaia. I would say that it would also greatly match the Soul Emeralds, that they were once called the Gaia Emeralds before their reputation in later parts of history called them the Chaos Emerald. Because truly they do cause chaos. I would have loved to know what, like, the Master Emerald's origin in that sense is regarding this, though. Definitely something slept on. There's always something that's slept on in these modern games, though. Like, there's so much to build off of that the creators don't even probably know about or remember. But, like, the Master Emerald's an obvious one. Knuckles is completely absent in this, while something intrinsic to the Chaos Emeralds is happening to the entire world. So yeah, there's not like any actual following cutscene to this, but we do get extra cool stuff like that. Just pictures, some are of like Eggman and Orbot even. Eggman, he succeeded in making Eggman Land even though he didn't conquer the world with it. So like, time to move on to bigger and better things, right? More ambitious things. He most certainly is moving on to something more ambitious next game. So we'll see that. Wait. Oh, okay, that was a special thanks. Takashi Yuzuka was there. He wasn't actually involved in this. He's a special thanks. Maybe he had a little bit of mentoring, and that's why, from like level design. I would understand that. He's originally a game designer for this, not just like a character designer. Anyway, next week will be Sonic Colors. We'll see what Eggman's up to with that. I've already started my replay on it, so it's a very different experience so far in both ways. So look forward to that. Until then, bye-bye.